Is audio recording properly? Yes, it is. Alright. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. A critically acclaimed MMORPG. Alright. Well, last we left off, I believe Urangia had some sort of plan in regards to either helping Alocrits improve the state of this moonship, or perhaps end serving as an envoy to Etheris or Eorzea, or I suppose call it the entire planet's Hydaelyn. In hopes to convince its population that they must pack up what they have and lead to the moon. Oh, hey. Yeah, I'm doing quite fine myself. How about you? Also, I just realized I've been muted for the past 10 minutes or so. Doing fine? That's fantastic. So what have you been up to today? Seems like you had a fairly relaxing day. Gonna play some CTW. I don't quite remember what that stands for. Is it a Total War game? Everything's alright with your Ange then. That's a relief. Oh, back so soon. Oh, Sylvain. We thought you might be away for far longer. A dire emergency. I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Craft the World. Ah, yeah, I've definitely heard of that game before. Oh, that is just about as far as my knowledge goes about it. Seems to be some kind of open world survival, yeah? Running Away, a companion of growing ways. A companion of growing ways apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there anywhere he is likely to stop and rest? Or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice and... No? Well, if it's really that important. It's a game from 2013. That's quite some time ago, isn't it? Let's take a look. Craft the World. Had good updates these years? Ah, I see, I see. Kinda little bit like Terraria in the loosest way possible. It does look very promising. I'm gonna buy a new game if it will have some good percentage off. Oh, you might be interested in looking at Humble Bundle then. This is by no means a sponsored post, but they do have quite a lot of discounts on various games, just about every day I think. And if you subscribe to it, you get like a whole bunch of games each month for a low price of like what, $12 or something. You can take a look at it. Gonna buy a game made from novel The Dwarves? I see, I see. Well, I'm sure that you'll definitely enjoy the purchases that you make. Let's see, you can try using these balls or moose flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Running Away's other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. I'm not sure I like the way you phrase this, Growing Way. Good, but if it proves effective... He was here in the Great Endsville when I last saw him. Let us split up and find him. These rabbits are up to no good, I think. Or rather, it seems like they're hiding something. Switch your surroundings for Running Away. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target Running Away and throw moose balls at him with the left mouse button. How about your little shit? Ow, that's smarts. If this was meant to be a joke, it isn't funny. Oh, now I feel kind of bad. Let's throw a tennis ball at a rabbit. Running Away, I presume. Yes, I'm running away. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. Huh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Heidelin did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other operator around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert. They better hope I don't get my paws in them. Sorry I couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I have work to do. And I'm off. Oh no, you caught him? I mean, well done, you. Any luck? I tried near the entrance, but there was no sign of him. I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? Oh, I did find him, but apparently someone's been telling lies. So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Oh, well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it, I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Urianji? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to the Watcher's palace with Livingway. Between Growing Way's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Urianji a hand. What? Now, hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. Still has this head shake of disapproval. If some scheme is afoot, surely Urianji will be the first to see through it. Then again, he does tend to give others the benefit of the doubt. I'm beginning to grow tired of these games. Growing Way is fidgeting with nervous energy, but is it from excitement or worry? Oh, what to do. I promised Livingway I will help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Loppers are up to something, but if there's aught to be learned from the final days, I think it best we play along, for now at least. Considering how massive this place is, I really suspect I should do the ether currents first. Mare Lamentorum. That is quite a lot. Oh, why does this place have to be so vertical? Knocking Way would like to call upon, or like you to call upon a friend. Hail person, yes you. Do you have a moment? You see, ever since we awoke for inspection, a friend of mine has been acting a little funny. Funnier than usual even. I can hear him singing from all the way over there. I will go call on him, as I do, but he always insists that nothing's wrong. I think he'd be unable to help himself from opening up to you, though. He has always been ever so fond of people. Would you mind lending him an ear or two? Many thanks to you. My friend's name is Dreamingway, and he should be somewhere nearby, just full of a lamentatious snuffling. Stay focused, Dreamingway. Sure, you're no working way, but... Oh my. You're not operate. I certainly am not. Am I dreaming? Is the day finally here? Am I truly talking with a visitor from Etheris? Whatever can I help you with, kind sir? I think I should be asking you that very same question. How do you know? In any case, I couldn't bother an honest guest with my silly troubles. Oh, it's no bother at all, I assure you. If you insist, perhaps I could share a nibble of what's on my mind. Ah, but first, may I ask your name? It's Sylvain Demonbane. Sylvain Demonbane, a truly spectacular name. I'm sure it speaks to your character in one way or another. Oh, it certainly does. More than you know. If only I could say the same for mine. Perhaps it was a mistake to choose Dream from that tome of words. But try as I might, I have no such thing. And seeing everyone else live up to their names since our awakening has only made me more aware of it. But people of Etheris, on the other paw, seem to dream a great deal. Have you any advice for me? Focus on what you love to do. But that's the problem. I haven't the foggiest idea what that'd be. But my fellow upwards might. I've known them since, well, since we were created, so perhaps they see something in me that I cannot. With their help, you must be able to find an objectively appropriate dream for me to pursue. You know best what would be of service to mankind after all. Yeah, you know best what would be of service to mankind after all. And full well am I glad to help. I'm all ears, so you need only tell me once you've come up with something. Anything at all. I hope the others have something to say about me. cheerful Loprit. He's no sluggard, I can tell you that. Always happy to lend a paw when there's work to be done. Compared to some of the others, well, let's just say he's a great help. Learn Loprit. You want to know about Dreaming Way? I can't say I know him terribly well. He's always rushing off on a new task, just as soon as he finishes the old one. I've always thought him a good sport, though. A good sort, though. Brusque Loprit. A Brusque Loprit has a mind to do something dangerous, and has clearly heard of your proclivity for recklessness. I hear you have a penchant for excitement and adventure, is that correct? I assume in your travels you have doubtless heard tales of the elegant. Yes, and nearly everything wrong with the world seems to be their fault. I thought as much. I ask because I have plans to survey an elegant relic not far from here. The weapons guarding it, however, make it too dangerous for me to go alone. I trust you see where this is going, so are you interested in a little adventure? I sure am. Much obliged. Now let's be off, no time to waste. Unfortunately, you'll have to wait, because I have another outstanding task at hand. Dreaming Way? He can do anything he sets his mind to. Don't complain about getting his paws dirty either. That said, I'm not sure I can think of anything he's particularly gifted at. If they have all of interest here, please say they did. That's more or less what I expected, I suppose. Nice enough, but in no way gifted. Perhaps I was never meant to dream. Don't worry, we'll find your dream yet. You really think so? Goodness, people are truly as kind as they say. In that case, I promise not to give up until we've found my dream, even if it's the last thing I do. Huh, I got grim. Let's exhaust our other options before we go for anything potentially lethal, shall we? Caratorium. Yawning Way. Yonwei needs help gathering the Caratorium's lobrits for mealtime. Oh, bother. There's no sign of any of them, and it's almost time to eat. You there. If you happen to be heading to the Caratorium, could you let my fellows know it's mealtime? If we don't eat, I can't take my nap. Many thanks. They should come running at the mention of carrots of happiness. Just say those 3 magic words and they'll be on their way. True carrot crimes. Watching Way has a mystery in want of solving. Excuse me, sir. Have you by chance seen any thieves prowling about with ill-gotten iron carrots? A crimson, tender, surprisingly heavy. Carrots, that is, not thieves. If you haven't seen them yet, I'm sure you will. Been told that you adventurers are quite good at solving crimes that no one else can be bothered with. Wonderful. I'm relying on you to solve our carrot caper. Honestly, what man or fiend would deny a loprit their dinner? Anyway, our culprits took 4 carrots and all. Those are not easy to carry about, so I dare say they can't have gotten far. Take the square root of the roots and you get... Oh, okay. Carrot of happiness. Is it case sensitive? Yes, it is. Carrots of happiness, you say? My, is it that time already? I was working out projections for optimal carrot production, based on the total population of the fairies to ensure that... Oh, never mind. I must make haste, or I'll miss out on seconds. Fish elaborate. Oh my. Whiskers. Oh. That is incredibly rude of you, do you know that? Oh my whiskers, a visitor from Etheris. What do I do? What do I say? And have you brought any snacks? Could that mean, yes, it must be time to eat at last. Oh, how I have waited for this moment. There's nothing like a carrot of happiness to fill the void in one's belly and soul. Drooling Lockbit. Oh, carrot, my carrot. The prize we sought is won. Oh, what? There's 7 carrots of happiness today. That deep, luscious orange, that tempting letter silhouette. Wait for me, my darlings, I'm coming for you. That bunny sure loves his carrots. A nibbled iron carrot. The scrumptious-looking iron carrot has been tragically abandoned in its prime. A philosopher's carrot? What? Based on the primer you but recently received, you can say with relative certainty that iron carrots are not blue. Muttering Loppered. Munch, munch, gulp. These philosopher's carrots have really hit the spot. Just a few more. What? What? No, of course I'm not stealing. These are mine. Was it so wrong to enjoy an early dinner? The muttering Lockbird stomps off in search of a place to eat in peace. You suspect this is not your carrot culprit. Mixing way. Oh. This is going to be a bit of pain to These robots are certainly a pain to deal with. Am I to follow Carrot's Porter? Insufficient stock of iron carrots. Iron carrot detected. Initiating iron carrot procurement. It's Wednesday, my dude. What goes it? Haven't seen you in around for a few days now, I think. It is indeed Wednesday. How are you doing, my dude? My buddy, my friend. Been too long indeed. Doing alright though. It's glad I could catch the stream tonight. Well, I really do appreciate that you took the time to stop by and watch the stream, even though there's really not much excitement going on. You're back. Please tell me you found the carrots. I have indeed, and a stray robot has stolen them. The supporter? I never would have suspected. It's supposed to help us farm carrots, not eat them. I recall the technicians said something about enhancing its code with a love for carrots to increase work efficiency, but to go so far as to steal carrots for itself, I fear it may now love carrots a little too much. Alas, those poor carrots. But at least we know what became of them and how to prevent this happening again. Thank you for your assistance. True carrot crimes. Your turn. And everyone else is accounted for. Sustenance is essential for us leopards, though I suppose people are the same. In any case, we expend a lot of our effort in raising a whole variety of carrots. Carrots of happiness are a new cultivar that are particularly comforting though. Seems almost silly to have our workers consume so many carrots, just so we can produce more carrots. But that's a problem that can be solved with even more carrots. No need to worry about the details, we'll work out figures just as soon as... what are we talking about? All good, my dude. Chill streams are great. Indeed they are. Sometimes high energy streams are nice, but at the same time that is... something that has a time and place for. And usually at the end of a long day, it's not really the time for that. Oh, it's all the way out there. No, we got time for that. That is not the teleporter. The architecture of this place is impressive, but more than a little confusing to navigate. Is it too much to ask for clearly marked exits? Or a map, perhaps? What other knowledge do you suppose we could glean from their archives? The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. Right. I guess we'll have to go find... I guess we'll just have to go out and find whoever has the key. Growing way, enough. You have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Do you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes we did, but... Moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of the Fairies, and we were running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw a potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Living Way's game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Uriange. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aferis and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Aferis will escape here on the moon. Oh, escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all the happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. So it's to be a fight then. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let's reconvene where Argus waits outside. Now I feel kind of bad that I had to beat up these rabbits. That's they asked for it. Not the poor bunnies. And there he goes. He'll be fine. Just simply knocked out, hopefully. I don't think killing the crew members of this moon ship is a solid plan. Oh, whoops. I overshot the target there. Alright. There you are. Didn't rough him up too badly, did you? Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Urianger.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Hydaelyn's love for Atheris.
I'm not sure who they hire to to voice this particular bunny, but having to maintain a falsetto throughout the entire line delivery must be quite straining. Taxing even.
That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Squeak, squeaky, squeakerson. Yeah, this is basically just like Kronk talking to squirrels, isn't it? Except this is like an elf talking to rabbits. There's rodents still, I suppose.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion.
These are still woodland creatures after all. Indeed they are. However, now they are on the moon. These are moon rabbits.
Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, Oh, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Your name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Okay, Watcher, you didn't have to sneak up behind me.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The information that they've provided to you has been painfully obvious of their style.
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Still standing there, Mr. Watcher. Dang, big blue giant. A chance to spy you crossing the chasm, and I feared something was amiss. But all is well, and more importantly, I have been given the opportunity to behold a wonderful sight. Keep Valpis close, and its light will be your guide. A declaration of hopes and aspirations. I hadn't thought of it that way before. Loporrits may be in good hands now, but that doesn't change the fact that their plan is a last resort I'd rather not employ. Let's see if it doesn't come to that, for the first and all the other reflections. The Loporrits think so highly of the people of Aetheris, yet it seems this evacuation plan is the only way they know how to express their adoration. If we had been more clear in our intentions from the start, maybe we could have avoided this wrinkle. Something to keep in mind in future. The others will be so happy to hear Iriandre is going to stay and teach us all about Aetheris. We'll have to be careful not to get too distracted by his lessons. There's still maintenance to carry out after all. Well, that was rather embarrassing. That was all rather embarrassing, wasn't it? At least we're on the same page now. People and Ephesus. We'll save both, or at least give it a good try. Make sure everyone listens to Urianger, would you? Oh, we'll be all ears, and you know we can be. Nice to meet you. Name's Puddingway. Sorry again for all the trouble. We promise we'll do better, honest. There's little I can do to help stop the final days, but should you need to know of Star Traversal, look no further. Such knowledge I can offer in abundance, so do not hesitate if you find yourself wanting. 'Twas a relief to see living away was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve, and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, and all our fellow scions. When I next return to Ephesus, I find you all in good health and good spirits. I need not remind you of the dangers we face, nor of the countless lives at stake, both in the source and its reflections. Go with courage, my friend, and pray give others my regard. Your excursion on the moon concluded, Ishtola is keen to return to Ephesus. With the Lockbirds in Urianger's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. I do wonder, how do I get there? That is straight up just an eyeball with a tail. Huh. Gatekeeper. they really want me to just travel all around this huge crack. Is not where I wish to go. I have to find a way. Sinus Tormenti. Tormenti? Heimdall's last sight. How do we get across? Can I get across? I do not know. Let's see if there's a passage from the Chlorophosgeron. No fast travel in this? There is, however, you can only fast travel to aetheryte nodes, which are those large crystal structures you see on the map. Such as this. I can fast travel to these points, but unfortunately I cannot fast travel to open spaces like that. Or exploring. Indeed. Well, it does seem that the way forward has been barred. Not through here. Oh, actually, I think I might know. From here across to this little bridge. But it is quite a long journey. That said though, I do appreciate that it kind of forces you to really take in the sights, you know? There's a lot of time and effort went into designing the environment. And it would be a shame if I would just skip past it. You'd be surprised at how much detail they've put into even the smallest of things. Side quests, dialogue, even just idle chatter from NPCs. It's probably one of the main reasons why I love this game so much. Yeah, it's a great looking game. And this was released in back, like, what, 2010 or so? Oh, originally at least. The first version of Final Fantasy XIV, 1.0, it wasn't fantastic. So when A Realm Reborn came around, when it became Final Fantasy 2.0, oh man, there was such a huge change. Everything just got so much better. Unfortunately, I've never gotten the chance to play Final Fantasy XIV back when it was originally released. But then again, I suppose perhaps it's probably for the best I didn't, because I heard that it was pretty janky back then. That said, there is a lot of lore and backstory that we've missed out on, simply because that was, by itself, a whole game. Personally, I would like separate 1.0 and 2.0 as like two completely separate entities. Crash site is just ahead. If you find anything that may prove useful, I'd be grateful if you could retrieve it for me. Onward then, to you. Okay. Heimdall's last site. No Bifrost here, unfortunately. Some Forerunner tech. There's Elegance, but they're basically Forerunners. No Idris Elba. I would pay good money to see Idris Elba like be in this game, either in likeness or voice acting. The apparatus is offline, but appears to be transportable. You place it in your ambiguously sized bag. Yeah, it's the tiny little details like that really makes the game for me. It's almost fourth wall breaking, but not quite. It's leaning on the fourth wall. Fascinating remnant. This bit of elegant technology is certainly fascinating. A shame it's too bulky to carry that back. Or is it? Doesn't take itself too seriously. Indeed, it does not. Like, the main story is fantastic by all accounts, but there are some like really silly side quests that are, you know, just meant to be that comedic. I haven't started on it. I haven't started on a particular questline myself, but apparently one of the questlines involves gentlemen zombies. I'm not sure what that is about or how they even get there, but I'm keen to find out eventually. Oh, it's alive. Oh no. Being accosted by spider. Phew. A moment longer and that drone would have alerted more. Now, did you find anything of interest? Oh? Let me have a look. No, you're right. It must wait until we get back. Silence tormentor. Safe at last. Now, show me what you found. As the program installed on this all-purpose storage and operations device is not currently functional, it is difficult to tell what it does. This is an elegant decryption unit. With it we could read elegant tombstones about history, science, poetry, if we had any, which we do not. An adventure for another day, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'm deeply excited by the prospect, as I'm sure you can tell. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Ether currents. Okay, looks like I've got all the quest ones. I need only hunt down the ones which are on the open world. Actually, that reminds me, it's probably shouldn't have just teleported here so fast because I remember seeing an ether current on the way to the site. Is it directly above us? Seems like it. Take a teleporter upstairs and to the south. Oh, that reminds me. How's your arm, by the way? Arm is a lot better, thanks for asking. Side effects are mostly gone too, and that's fantastic to hear. That said, that kind of makes me concerned for myself when it's my turn to take the shot too. Why am I getting it? I don't know actually. I haven't actually I have not set an appointment for myself just yet. I did receive the SMS, but haven't actually arranged for time and place to get said booster. I should probably do it soon though. Perhaps next week? Yeah, actually next week would be a good idea. Sometime during the Lunar New Year period. Apparently the side effects are worse if you mix, but I think it depends on the person. Yeah, probably. Like, I did not have any side effects whatsoever when I got either of the first two shots. So here's hoping that the booster doesn't do anything either. Or rather it works as intended but no side effects. Hopefully. I don't know whether it's like mixing I'm not sure whether mixing is a good idea, but supposedly it gives better coverage, or something like that. Strong immune system. A good idea, might be good to get it ASAP before government mandates everything after mid-Feb. Oh yeah, definitely before mid-Feb, so... Thankfully I do have like a 1 week break or so, like, during Chinese New Year, so... That is the perfect time to get it. Yeah, I think all things considered, actually, I think I do actually have a pretty strong immune system. Which is great now that you're like we're all functioning members of society, but well, not so great when, like, during the school days when you could call in sick and just like stay home. Never really got to stay out of school because of illnesses whatsoever. Then mix. It's great that you have a great break to get it. Oh yeah, for sure. Awfully convenient. Oh, kind of crossed the pair. To help you to MC or Skype in school, yeah. The same thing during national service as well. I don't think I actually have ever taken a single day of MC throughout the entire 2 years. Oh, I can't jump through here. However, I see a way through down there. Luckily my vocation wasn't too physically demanding. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I was just basically a glorified security guard. East. Is there one over here? There it is. West. Yeah, really making you work hard for these objectives. Indeed. The only reason why I'm even making the effort to run around the map collecting these ether currents is to unlock the ability to fly in this map. At least I don't have to worry too much about terrain after that. Which is kind of ridiculous, because I think on the moon you would be able to just, I don't know, just jump across. But nope. Working hard, or hardly working, am I right? No moon gravity on the room, on the moon. It's pain. It's not west side. Let's try traveling from Sinus Lacrimarum. I was gonna travel through this way. Doesn't look like it, but I'm hoping I can. Oh no, looks like it's blocked. Doesn't seem like there's a way to cross over either. The horse doesn't have sprint. Yep, unfortunately no. This is the sprinting speed. I mean, the alternative is to just walk, but that'd be even worse. How many more ether currents am I missing? 3 more. Huh. Horse needs upgrades. Indeed, it does. Actually, let me just pull up a map on Google to see where exactly is the path. Alright. So there is one here. somewhere here. However, how do I get there? Hans. There's one ether current here, and like 2 more up here. I wonder whether if there's a way to travel across this bridge here. Really, you're not gonna let me hop that ledge. Look at these lanky boys. Some lunar cacti. You ever watch Never-Ending Story? Okay, land bridge is here. Here, head up, cross over one more time. Then this crater somewhere. Oh no, it's a whole cave. What the hell is this? Alright, fantastic. Let's return to Bestway's Burrow. We do travel west. One somewhere here. Middle. One further to the northeast. Just these last 2 and I will be done with collecting these ether currents. Okay, it's right there. Oh, dang it. Ah, there it is, finally, the last one. Yeah, this is horribly designed platforms. Ah, finally. Okay. Alright, well. Now that that's settled. Oh yeah. Exit to the Nevergate. I've forgotten how cold it was here in Garlemald, a testament to the Loporrit's ingenuity that I felt no such discomfort on the moon. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course, but heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where, or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. Or we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyways, first things first. To Camp Broken Glass. Ilspar, Garlemald, seat of the Empire. Not the most pleasant of places, I have to admit. Yes, unfortunately everything here is depressingly grey. And in ruins. kind of like post Siege of Terror. Yeah, not to mention the Tower Battle right there. It's a very imposing sight. Oh man, still a handful of ether currents to grab here. I really should have done this like earlier in the day, but I don't know why did I procrastinate something like that. All that's missing is Eternal Key and the Imperial Palace. Indeed. Unfortunately, this right here used to be the Imperial Palace. This large, spiky tower. It definitely was not spiky before. Indeed, the forces of chaos and the ruinous powers have must needs be purged. I think that's a pretty accurate description as well, because like earlier in the story when we were setting up a sort of like a beachhead or liberating what's left of this capital, there were a lot of mutated Imperial soldiers that were basically just like chaos tainted mutants, demons. Like, they had like tentacles sprouting out from their bodies. Horrifying sight. Sounds like some good old purging. Would bet if we could have just exterminated this entire region. Unfortunately, there are a lot of civilians here, and this isn't quite the grimdark setting that 40k is. But I think the environment artist did a wonderful job in bringing grimdark into a non-grimdark world. Just a touch of grimdark to spice things up. Indeed. I mean, look at that. Does that not look like a chaos chaos spawn to you? Unfortunately, that's just the wildlife. Ooh. Haha, thought you could get me with that, didn't you? storm. That's a weird looking rose. Oh, sweet. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. How the hell did I get up there? Perhaps I was trying to hop off the tower somehow. But is there a way to get up? On the other hand, you have some more mundane-looking creatures like the abominable snowman. Or a bunch of yetis. Whoa, nice. Who would have thought that the moon was so full of wildlife? Oh well, unfortunately, or rather, more accurately, we're not on the moon anymore. We are back on Etheris. This is where the Empire is situated. Oh, let me look at it if I can go way up. Garlemald. Yeah, there you go. I guess we're kind of in the equivalent of fantasy Europe. And here you have the Far East. Remap? Yeah, indeed it is. It would be nice if there was like a high-res version of it to like print out, or better yet, like a fabric tapestry of it. I would love this on my wall. Hello? Is there a for current in here? No, there's not. Whole kilometer, mile to the north. It's probably somewhere in here. So like the Final Fantasy equivalent of natural gases is cerulean. And we are currently on top of a frozen cerulean lake. All these icebergs and glaciers, all frozen gas, basically. Or rather it's gas that's mixed with water that freezes into ice like that. Into the ruins of this forsaken city. Regio Urbanissima. World building in this is awesome, but quite a bit of time spent walking. Indeed. I think only one major complaint I have about this game is that the main story quests involve a lot of running back and forth. I feel we could probably do without it, but I suppose they want you to set the stage right. Truly though, the environment artists really do deserve a lot of credit here. I don't know how they make something that's so one singular color. Everything's grey. It looks so nice. It forces you to appreciate everything they made too. Yeah, for sure. And the most shocking discovery is that the Imperials have cars. Look at that. Southwest. Just somewhere around here. Oh man, don't tell me it's some sort of underground passage that I need to crawl through to find. Because the one was in your mom's car. Get out. Oh, what the hell is up there? But yeah, one of my friends mentioned that this entire area is basically Fallout 3. Get on me car. Yeah, getting lots of Fallout vibes here. exactly. Like, the environment design is like almost identical. Minus like the mega structures though. And that makes for pretty wallpaper. There we go. Now time to do the smart thing, and instead of flying all the way over, I'm just gonna teleport. Alright, here we are. However, before we continue, I am gonna go use the washroom real quick, and I will be right back. At the same time, I can get some water to fill my cup with. Alright, I have returned. Let me just put this away. So then, at last, you are returned. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we've petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of their fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their temperate. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Eulus is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alizé's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would have be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For Mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as you had experienced in Thavnair. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the Beast Tribes have received instructions in the magics needed to cure temperate. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Marava Porxia affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force, to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the Moon and the Telephoroi? Oh, do I have a story to tell you? The final days. Gods, I prayed our victory will mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Will you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I'll send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow Scions from their present duties, that they may return to Charlene. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Krau, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldesian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiark, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood, he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts. I first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. If you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you won't find one. Aye. You are the only foe he considers worthy. And even if my men found him, who but you could even hope to bring low the monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounced the Crown Prince and condemned his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Fandaniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. Seems he's not but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Charlene. Your findings will be relayed to the Alliance leaders, word for word. And should we spy anything out of the ordinary here in Garlemald, all shall be informed at once. Once my countrymen have recovered, it falls to me to tell them what's become of Xenos and the Empire. I realize there is no kindness in withholding the truth, but it will wound them. Ah, good old Charlene. Everything seems a lot more peaceful here compared to, well, everything else. Oh, it's so good to see you. And free from chilblains. I take it. Chilblains? Actually, let me look up how to properly pronounce the word. A more civilized place. Yep, it is indeed pronounced as chilblains. This is the equivalent of Fantasy Greece, I believe. Or maybe Fantasy Rome. Either or. Probably more like Greece, I think. Be pleased to know that everything's been kept in order since you've been away. I even brought a few useful knickknacks with me from back home. But no sooner had they arrived than I received word of Kral in poor health, and you on the moon. If you're meant to give me a fright, you succeeded. Welcome back, Sylvain. We're so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain... words I can't read. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Idolin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh. For it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zod. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. But we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world. I'm curious to know what else took place there upon the moon. Unfortunately, I killed Zodiac. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let's reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. For a blessing, I've recovered enough to get out of bed. If I hadn't, I could not well miss you recount your exploits on the moon. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. But not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianger be joining us? A duty keeps him away, I'm afraid. Though Sylvain can explain why better than I. He is stuck on the moon, entertaining some moon rabbits. The final days, as befell Amarot. And we are to escape via the moon. What of the source and its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the walls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at the present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarot, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days. A feat which even the Emeraldines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues on Mare Lamentorum. There's still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Emeraldines' creation magics. But we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum then. Having worked with the Loporits in secret all this time, there's surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I have urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-Bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Take your time.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
The crowd to the evac news rather well. Well, considering how that Sharlayan is home to the planet's most brilliant minds in all fields, I think they have better reasoning capabilities. That's it. It's kind of strange that, rather bizarre that he just accepted it. Oh, the world is going to end.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Krell tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement. So there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Bell, the realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me? I ask myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Hmm. Is that you, Stola?
You're still awake. Good. Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment? Nothing appears out of the ordinary.
I'm not sure I follow.
A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly. In your recent battle on the Moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear. Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiark. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul?
Mayhaps.
Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarant. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well. May the shadows keep you.
A while earlier in the Alamegan Quarter.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Uh-oh. That can't be good. Meanwhile, in Ishgard. I am very worried of what's happening.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
It is indeed very spooky. Very ominous.
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Oh no. Oh no. Tataru is frowning her brow in consternation. Oh, Sylvain, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radza Han. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contacts at Razahan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that's all the information we have at the present. No doubt the people at Razahan are busy fighting for their lives. But we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Kral, you best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for Yelamad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. I'm glad for Kral's support. I'll also call upon Hori Boulder and the others to assist us. They will be our eyes and ears in the field, as they have been many times before. If this calamity is indeed come to Thavnair, it's all too likely that Corvus across the strait finds itself in a similar predicament. Even now, it remains an imperial province, and as such, it may be some time until we can ascertain the situation there. We can only hope that Kral and Tataru will be able to provide us with some insight sooner rather than later. No similar creatures have been sighted here in Sharlayan. That said, the early signs may manifest in other regions ere long. We must be prepared for every eventuality. With the fall of the Tau in Thavnair, the Hanish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace, and now this. We do not wield the creation magics that the ancients did, yet these abominations appear. Whatever could be the cause. If the might of Vitra is not enough to hold these fiends at bay, Radzahan is in dire straits indeed. We must go at once. I would rather accompany you to Thavnair. Vara's concerns are well-founded. The last thing I would want to be is a burden. And so I will remain here with Tataru, and do all I can to gather knowledge that might serve us in the battles to come. Godspeed on your way, Sylvain. In ancient times, the phenomenon was first observed in places where the celestial currents had grown weakest. To see that there is stagnancy of ether in the skies above Radzahan, unbeknownst to Vitra.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
Foul demons.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out.
Get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city.
Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vitra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Jedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Usually the most dangerous foe in the worm's domain is the worm themselves. If I were Vritra, I would be as offended as I am horrified. I shall survey the environs closely as we go about the search. There may be some clues as to how we can combat this phenomenon. Innocent souls twisted and reformed into unholy abominations. I thought I had seen the last of such nightmares with Sinigers. I must act quickly, Sylvain. Every moment we tarry means another soul may be lost to this nightmare. If it's true that the people themselves have transformed into beasts, why even a radiant host could suffer the same fate. Or us, perish the thought. Don't worry, no matter how grim things might get, I won't lose heart. I'm ready whenever you need me. So the beasts are not born from creation magics run amok, but rather the altered forms of the people themselves. In that sense, this manifestation of the final days differs from that which we witnessed in Amarok. And for worse, I dare say, if any man, woman, or child could become a beast at any moment, there's no telling whence the next threat might come. We must exercise extreme caution. Everyone has assembled, yes? Thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call the Vanaspati. It is a secret wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Spati now accessible. Let's go! I pray we're not too late to spare the settlements within Spati the fate that has befallen our city. Once we meet Ritra and the Radiant host, they should be able to tell us more of the present situation.
Right then.
I stand ever ready.
Oh no. The entire jungle is on fire. Alright, come Zions, to battle. And I'll show you why they call me the Demon Dane. What is happening to the ether? I don't know.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavne. Forgive me. I could do them good.
The pain of demons and mills alike. Looks like someone's already used the heavy flamer.
I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Oh, that thing's huge.
mine!
Allow me.
Be coming up to the first boss. It's too late. It's too late for us all. We'll grant you peace. Oh Jesus, they're a lot larger than I thought they were going to be.
Attention!
Okay, I see what they do now.
Allow me.
There! You underestimate me!
Right, closed mouths are the safe spots.
Allow me.
Ooh.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard. You underestimate me!
I will not hold back.
Allow me.
Or even fiercer. I definitely have to commend like whoever modeled these Terminus monsters. Really look like horrific demons from the warp. Some tanky boys too, yeah. They hit hard. Or rather, they take a lot of punishment.
You underestimate me!
Okay, I see how that works.
You're mine!
Up to us now. Oh, that is horrifying. Definitely do not have enough bullets to shoot all of those down. Chaos tadpoles.
You underestimate me!
Dark Souls level of game of map design here. Terminus Bellwether. Let's bring them a little bit out here. Oh no, it's more of them. Ugh. This thing is beyond ugly. Star Shower.
Allow me.
Okay.
This will hurt.
Oh boy, that was intense.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying.
Alrighty, head to bed, have fun purging more chaos spawn. See you tomorrow. Alright, well, see ya. You have a good night.
This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely, at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, All of them. And now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, Iwan? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it will do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you'd love.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
All life must end in death, yet death, in turn, gives birth to new life. Such is the flow of ether. To think that a natural cycle could simply be cut off. The very thought makes me shudder. After so long and so many sacrifices, we finally found a way to cure the temper. But these poor souls, they vanish without trace. Is there truly no saving them? While Estinian and Vitra defend Radzatan from above, we on the ground must find a means to prevent these transformations, and soon. The stillness in the air puts me ill at ease. We must be wary. Worry not. I can see your ether, and that of our companions. We have not suffered the fate of those unfortunate souls. Our raiding host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Ahewan's burden is heavy indeed, yet he need not bear it alone. Oh, I suppose I should probably save this for another day. In the meantime, I'm just gonna try real quick to see whether if I can activate the Aetheryte. Oh, still disabled. I'm not sure how long it will take for me to activate the Aetheryte here, but it might be a while. Actually, you know what? Never mind. We'll continue on a little bit, at least until I can unlock the Aetheryte here. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to the Megaduta for the time being. There I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Master residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let's split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alice and I will see to Paxa's path. Frankfurt and Istola pray make for the Dharma. I leave Arfa to Graha and you, Vane. And any information you can gather on the first blasphemy, or the manifestation of the final days here in the city will be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduta. That we might share what we've learned with the Satrap. shall we be off then? Alpha is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia. Those alchemists forge many of our warding skills. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuadine, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. They should be happy to answer our queries. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You're with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes. I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We're assisting the Satrap in investigating a crisis that plagues the city. Do you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I had beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Balshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and his minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should next inquire. To the bazaar then. So this is Fafnarian weave. I must say, it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvus. Small wonder really, given it's just across the water. Not very much an expert of Corvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlene, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It's thanks to my forebears that I inherited a royal eye, and with it the wisdom of ancient Alan. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvus again, if only once. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. I've come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Do you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place it did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. Is something the matter, traveler? If you're lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We're not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, or I wish I had not. I was going about my work, when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through the entryway with the force of a tidal wave, and then it was gone, as quickly as it came. Sisters have mercy, what is happening to our world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed. At least for now. If it is not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First I heard the screams, then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a merid, throwing people about like ragdolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, so others do the same, but the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder. More voices in the throng, beasts or victims, I could not tell. I knew not what was happening, still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe, but High Crucible too has survived mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that is the most we can expect. The people here to tell us. I think it best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Ephemerate Plaza. In other words, blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that Meihan can surely tell us more. Going after that enormous beast, are you? Aye, I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me here. Started over there, by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling about him, when his whole body bursts apart. And there stands a hideous, slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, and then the black mist comes again, until the change takes them too. Stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No. I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. I saw Milil, the barmaid, chatting with them though. She might know something. Huh? Oh, pardon me, I was just... Anyway, take a seat wherever you like. We're open for business, as per usual. Even after repairing all the damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiants have been calling it, anyway. I saw it too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Merid poured me a drink. When suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I have ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose a creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merid, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn. I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. My apologies, but I can't something wrong with this info. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Merid's Mehan. What can we get you? We've come not for libations, but rather for information. You're Melil, yes? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the Satrap's behalf. We hear he was one of your customers, a merchant that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of regular here, especially of late. Kalzal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Fafnarian specialties. It's through him we met Matzia. Yes, the name rings a bell. Did you meet them both on your first trip to Fafnir? If I recall correctly, Kalzal ran a trading operation in Yetlimat, and it was there that you made Matzia's acquaintance. Yes, that is the same Kalzal, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of Empire had led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a training consortium, indeed. Kalzal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters further, Kalzal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me. I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Do you notice anything unusual about Khazal in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Khazal lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it will help. What do you say? Thanks to Milil, it appears we have a new lead. Let us leave no stone unturned. Milil has information that should serve you well. Khazal made its home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Khazal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama. The name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise you that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Come, let's see where this lead takes us. Veda fibers. And here I take this road across and to the right. Oh. Seems like I can't take you right. Teleportation, because that leaves Graha behind. Well, at the very least, let me go get the Aetheryte node first. Astra. Let's see, after leaving the Mayhan, we are to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheryte Plaza. From here, we ascend the stairs. The residents of Kama should know more of Khazal's circumstances. If we follow Milil's directions, we'll be there in no time. Ah, this must be huge. In which case we should take the path leading southeast. If we keep going this way, we should arrive in Kama before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Razahan at our leisure once this crisis has passed. And this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Khazal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Mati? Khazal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return. He'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise really with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. That night, I heard the door open. I looked to see Khazal sitting out on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of. Other than the troubles with his consortium, he was the same old Khazal, cordial and honest, like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in the terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughter told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre going-ons. Rest assured, the city is safer now. The situation may change without warning. I would urge you, stay close to your daughter, and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Starting to feel like I'm having difficulty speaking, or reading rather. Pariga. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but great danger has come to Thavnir. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask you a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Khazal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Khazal? Aye, I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed that as though he'd managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Veda Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken to him since, but I assume it all went well. Jinabaha might be able to tell you more though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jinabaha at Veda Fibers. This sounds promising. If I'm not mistaken, these stairs lead to Dharma. It is quite the sight, the red sky above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and stars fell. Creation magics run amok. That was my assumption when I saw Amarod. Perhaps the ancient believed the same, but the terror of a single, powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those self-same horrors now manifest themselves before our very eyes. What could it be that sets the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts? They're farming silkworms. This must be Reveda fibers, or you should find a Jinabaha. In hurry, I say, there's no time to waste. Pardon me, but are you in charge of buying and selling here, yes? But you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. Must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She will tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. Alright. Meantime, let's take a look at... Right. That's about it. This area is for employees only. Out. Out! You're mistaken. Jinabaha told me to assist. What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be Mindruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you pass 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry the small crate to the Rifal by the storehouse near the hatchery. A crate of clothing is for Manuha. That massive crate there goes to Zemira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. Briefall. Bread, is it? And you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. If you have any crates of finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. Pretty full of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. Oh, this one's gonna be a bit of a pain to travel, I suppose. I say, you're quite a brawny one, aren't you? Good thing that never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. Crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. Alright. Now that is done with. You carry all the crates to the storehouses, you say. And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest. So please return to Jinabaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. Done as I asked, have you? If Kamala is satisfied for work, then so am I. You've done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus you entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but both of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream in such agony, such terror, and in the next instant, he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he too transformed. Seems panic is the root cause of it. I'm sorry, there was something you wanted to ask. Indeed. You know the merchant Kalzal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Kalzal, I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Neither of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission. We have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discussed it with his associates, but I could tell he had all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Velaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here, the poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that were witnessed it all undergoing the changes. I suspect that everything began when Kalzal, I suspect that everything began with Khazal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? But such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation. Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Can the despair in a man's own heart consign him to such a terrible fate? Beyond the depths of despair, Ratia is eager to share all you have learned with your companions. And, before we continue, a short motion break, and refilling my glass would be in order. Alright, I shall be right back. Alright, I have returned. Rahatia is eager to share all you have learned with your companions. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduta, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, I must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than anywhere's. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed. I thank you for your concern, and pray you too take care as well. Escape somehow, but what in heaven's name is happening to our fair city? My gods, is everyone alright? I saw it, that terrible beast. Finished your rounds and ready to share.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Oh, give me a second, I have something in my eye.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alizé and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Kalzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients.
With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share.
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman. Ah, I remember you from our first visit. Wait, you're...
It is I.
But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, stick their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
We've got to kill them before it spreads!
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run! As fast as you can! No!
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
Oh god, no.
My son.
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right! Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Damn it all. Staying calm is exactly my forte. And with me again, you do remember me, yes? You saved my skin twice over Yelimad. And now I find myself turning to you for help once more. But that's Terry here no longer. You must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsuya, it pains me to put you into harm's way, but I will ask your aid as well. Of course, Palaka's stand is not far, just down the hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. So then, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alice and I will keep Matsuya hidden amidst the trees and follow when the path is clear. There's no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. no you don't. Come, foul demons, show yourselves. Hey Luvar, am I winning? Yeah, I'm winning. I'll say doing a pretty good job at dealing with these monstrosities, these blasphemies. What's happened to them? Good work, Sylvain, though I worry for Matsio. It cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts. Stay on your guard. Everyone's got a tummy ache. Nothing a little bit of a Pepto-Bismol can help. This village has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. The cooling body has already begun to stiffen. A massive wound suggests the villager was gored by a terrible beast. What a terrible night to have a curse. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. You call out, but the man does not respond. The poor soul is beyond saving. Huh. Today's weather forecast, the apocalypse. So much for helping the villagers. Yeah, unfortunately, I think we got here just a little bit too late. When I last came here to sell my fish, everyone was so bright and cheerful. This nightmare. The horror. I pray that the sisters will see us through this calamity. Why? The horror. There, you'll be fine. The pain will soon pass. One here. Nope. But there is one behind. His wounds are deep, but he may yet be saved. Go and help the others. I think there's one more lying around here. It's right here behind the building. Have you come to help us? Bet I have. Too late. Too late. My family. My friends. I am fine, thank you. Please, save the others. I've got that sweet EXP. Have these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope the others managed to flee, but if the rest have been turned into beasts, 5 for 12. Let's do what we can to see that damage spreads no further, and that no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. Alphanos, determined to offer the villagers what succor he can. I can tend to the rest. Pray, look after Matsya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. Stay by Matsya's side, Sylvain. Unlike us, he is not accustomed to seeing such horrors. The horror. Oh, Sylvain! Sylvain! This is Irvin, the elder here. He's hurt, but praise be to sisters, he still lives. Young Matsya here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we have always done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village. A flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes struck down by creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde, in guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsya, do you perchance remember XIV and Mevan, the young couple who always brought your precious catches? How could I ever forget, Alder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way. XIV and Mevan bought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, all those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them. Yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts of my own. Will you come with me? Oh, thank you. The Gama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. The horror. I pray that this is same exact same line. Alright, we ride. Ooh, Ether card. Temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No, please, stay back. Oh no. That's Karasov. Oh no, this is not good. I'll take a look. Please do. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. Why is this monkey picking a fight with me? Thought you could hit me, did you? The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Sylvain. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No, it cannot be. It's someone. Anyone. My arms so heavy, and my legs. I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them. I need to be with them. I need... Karasov. No, Karasov. You must stay strong. More time I thought I had. I don't want to die. Thank you. Please, find them. Mevan still lives, and she has their child. I must search a jungle between here and Palakastan. There's nowhere else she've gone, I think. Forgive me, Karasov. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Oh no, if only we lived in a world where we have resurrection magic. Yep, if only, right? If only. I see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Evan and child must be elsewhere. You know, I just realized something. I forgot to attune to the ether right over there. know what, I'm just gonna run back to the village real quick and grab the Aetheryte and come back here. If Mevan and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of the passage. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Neither have I, unfortunately. Perhaps the beasts have chased him farther from the village. Oh gods above, I beseech you. Pray deliver Mevana and her little ones to safety. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thavnir,
no more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Raz-Khan, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Raz-Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes, and the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals, yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Radz-at-Han hangs in the balance. We have company.
The hour has come, Vritra! It's all or nothing!
Marcia cannot help but fear the worst. If Mehvan had fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? Gods have mercy. You cannot let the fear consume you. Fear? Consume me? What are you talking about? Transformation is linked with fear and despair. Then I too could become a beast. I understand, I think. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Elze and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Will you and Marcia speak with Elder Iruven? Pray explain to him the situation, and join us as soon as you are able. We will save Mehvan and her child. We can do that much for Karasov. It will not be easy, but I will tell the Elder about Karasov. I'm heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? From Karasov, but he... Say no more, I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Kirsev may be gone, but there is still hope for Mivan and their child. Please, find them, I beg of you. And if in your search you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I'll do my best to keep the villagers safe and their spirits high. Come, let us rejoin your friends at once. Where might Mevan have run to? Think, Matsia, think. It counts no beasts on patrol, thankfully. I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let's resume our search for your friends and her child. Where should we begin, Matsia? We should focus further south. We will arrive at Perusa, a temple. It is a secret place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible that Mivan sought shelter there, perhaps other villagers as well. Then it's settled. Matsia, stay close to me, alright? You two, take up the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of your help. Very well. We make for Perusa, and quickly as we are able. With me. What class am I playing? Currently I'm playing Samurai. You might see me swap over to like Dark Knight earlier. Yeah, it's actually a pretty fun class to play. I quite enjoy it myself. Uh-oh. You recognize his fighting stance? I mean, the stance is fairly standard, but I can't say the same for like the rest of the attack animation. That said, it's a fantasy game, so it has to be flashy. Thank you. I've all done for. Mivan? She is a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts, and with a child, gods. Worry not for me, I can make my way back to the village on my own. Sylvain, wait. Rusa lies up ahead, but something terrible has happened. Beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alphen and Alizé have gone to do what they can, but there are so many. More than I could count. You must be ready. Why? Remain calm. Do not wander off. I will tend to the wounded. There's no place to die. Oh, what the hell? Let's do something, please. Time to switch back to Dark Knight. Oh, actually no. This is end of the quest, so I should stay as a samurai to get that EXP. There you are. How have the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight. In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan?
Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends! This is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are.
There is a lot of plot is going on. Ooh, Final Fantasy XIV has by far the best plot of any game I've played so far. Well, maybe not the best, but it's definitely one of the best.
My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
Is the character in Red short Alize? Well, Alize and Alphinaud, they're both teenaged elves. They're fairly young compared to like full-grown adults.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Oh, wow, I could really hear Hydaelyn in my ears.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mervyn. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
What? What's that, Mervyn? Must go after them at once. Halsey is gazing out intently between the trees. Over there, my view was blocked by trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Sylvain, go with Marcia and search along the river. Alphino and I circle around from the south. Reached the font of Maya. Maybe they're hiding in the ruins.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Mervyn!
Don't! Please!
Oof.
No! God have mercy!
I'm gonna sink like a rock jumping into plate armor, but hey, I'm the warrior of light. I'm gonna let something like water stop me. Mervyn's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. The death no doubt came swiftly. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. Oh my god, this is horrifying. Everyone knows that each armor set is enchanted with the Mariner trait. Take the baby into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her up to the surface at once. Stairs? Stairs. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh no, no. What do we do? What do we do? So, where are they? Do you find Mevan and child? No, unfortunately she's already dead when she hit the water. Damn it all. You have a child? Let me see her.
She's so cold, Elfino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matsia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
Steady. You know the way. No. No! Not you too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged.
Oh god, no.
Every agony. The divinity?
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia.
Hear help from on high.
What, like divine aid?
Something like that.
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Matia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
Go. I'll keep watch until your work is done. We have done what we can, just for the villagers of Palakas to stand to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Mervan and Karasev died as they lived, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day will come when even the smallest of solaces will be this comforting. May the souls be reunited one day. For that and so many other blessed possibilities, we must avert the final days. Estinian stands and grins in silence, a grim expression on his face. You're ready then? In that case, let's head back to Palakistan. No doubt Vitra is waiting for us. First hordes of beasts, now mighty worm. Our world grows stronger, and stranger by the day. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsia returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Fevner must be lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, every death, another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory, as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Karseth and Mavin's babe is a child of Fevner as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. Oh, most great and merciful worm, I've not the words to express my gratitude. They say that, were it not for you, brave Matsia and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vitra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Ahewan as my loyal servant. Are my years to be believed? You were the true satrap all along. Idana, what are you doing here? I heard from the Radiant that you have gone to help the people of Palakistan in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemist has already brewed up some potions for Mavan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are a far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Dalvitz suspect the boy was but a simulacrum. A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the Satra's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Varshan, with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the Satra was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Erhuan's associates was manipulating it from afar. Oh, the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vitra. Pray, allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors, not only of Radz-at-Han, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vitra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit to the knowledge and resources at our disposal, to the mission of aiding the people in this, the darkest hour. To seem this place is in good hands. I will return to see how Radz-at-Han fares. What will you do, Scions? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Oh, this is as good as a place as any to call it a night. Been nearly 6 hours now. Quite a long stream, but I certainly enjoyed the 6 hours. Well then, I suppose this shall be it for today. Thank you for stopping by to watch the stream. And I suppose I'll see you next time, wherever that may be. Truth be told, I actually don't know when I would be streaming again. Perhaps next week. Or perhaps on Friday. We shall see how it goes. Until then, I bid you all farewell. And keep yourselves safe.